range of penalty under persistent felony offender law. Is that your signature on the plea agreement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll accept the plea. Order precinct's investigation report to be done by probation and parole. You'll be back here on February the 9th for sentencing, okay? Probation parole officer. Do you have anything else on the document? Okay. Yep, so- No. Huh? Is he here? Como versus Daniel Young. Daniel Young here.
That's his name.
Como versus Daniel Young.
Your Honor, Daniel Young was here, it's not, he apparently they didn't release him this morning, so they had it brought up to do the paperwork.
Okay. Como versus Laura Burchett. Laura Burchett. No, I don't want to transport. No, I don't need him transported up here. We'll just do him in the jail.
Well, Your Honor, he's getting out. We've got to play the police, so.
We'll take the plea. I mean, we can take the plea on the TV just like everybody else's. I mean, what's the problem with that? Is
It's
it,
a problem, it's just people who's getting out.
we'll let him out from down there instead of up here. Okay. Carmel versus Laura Burchett.
Your Honor, this was a review. She's in special report in Wales, so I asked to remove the motion to revoke off the docket.
Okay. Helen Catherine.
Let's do it.
Comwell versus Helen. Are you Helen Catherine?
Yes.
Okay, this is 22 CR 0077. You born in 1951? What are the last four digits of your social security number?
63109.
Okay, you're here today.
Judge Wayne agreed to pass that till the March motion day. There was two cases and Miss Catherine's husband deceased. I don't think I've supplied Mr. Carroll all the discovery and I need to go back and watch some things too. So
Okay, you want to. So you want to do it till March, is that correct?
that's February.
You know, when is it? You have a negotiation day in March yet?
Not yet. I'll get with Mr. Carroll.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. Okay, she shall appear at the negotiation day to be provided for you and also be back here on March the 2nd for your next appearance, okay? Donald Kraft. Commonwealth versus Donald Kraft. Are you Donald Kraft?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 22 CR 0074. Mr. Kraft, were you born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3460. 3460. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Commonwealth Attorney, what do we have here on Mr. Kraft? What is this? What is the charge here?
Robbery and assault.
Have y'all had a negotiation on it?
We have. I think it was out. I also wanted to inform the court, I was trying to go Mr. Kraft, I wasn't trying to be rude to him, he was trying to give me a letter this morning, I told him I couldn't talk to him outside the presence.
I've been on house arrest for 40 days. We'll talk about that. We'll talk to you.
We need to see what's going on.
How far out do y'all need this, Mr. Stockton?
I know I've got 3 trials set in February in Cumberland County, so if you want to go to March, it'd be. You know, we're gonna have to meet several trial dates today, so. We probably need to go out some ways on some of them.
Judge, I know we have Gary Latimer to reset, and I'm assuming that one will probably be a little quicker than this one, so I wouldn't mind to go to April.
Well, we won't have as many conflicts in March as we have in the past about people wanting to go to the SEC or NCAA.
Well,
Doesn't seem to be a problem this year.
We're gonna separate the true fans this year.
Yeah. Unless the county attorney's involved, would be the only one that would be probably gonna be holding on.
Mark, agree to believe it.
How about April the 5th?
That's fine with me.
Well, let's go to April the 11th. Let's do it. April 11th, okay?
That's
Is that
fine.
That is a district court day.
Okay, well, we won't do that thing. Well, let's do the 12th then. That's
Okay.
okay.
And Judge, Donald has been on a leg monitor for about 30-40 days at this point. And I don't think there's been any complaints that I'm aware of. He's aware that there's to be no contact. There may or may not be a DVO in place. I'm not sure. There was certainly one
Mr.
filed.
Stockton, what do you have to say?
Well, these serious charges, there may be a reason I'm not having complaints that it because he's been on. I don't know what he's got to do. It needs to be out running around. I don't think it's involved.
It's more of a chance thing. It's $400 a month.
I wouldn't hear you work with these.
Yeah, we're paying like $400 for 40 days.
What were the charges? Go over the charges again, Mr. Stockton.
He was dating a lady named Lindsay Markham. And Miss Markham allegedly had $6,000 on. She's got kidney problems. She saved the money for various expenses, and they got into it pretty close to Wayne County line. And she's got injuries with Mr. Kraft and Midnight. I've got several pictures. Looks bad. She alleges he took the money from her.
I ain't defending.
Wait, don't you be sorry.
No, nothing. Donald.
I'm gonna leave him where he's at. He needs to be at home. Okay. Commonwealth versus Edward Daly. Commonwealth versus Edward Daly.
I asked for warrants. It's supposed to show up for his KCP, and the next reason I filed a motion to revoke his bond. It did.
Okay,
And I'd asked his bond be revoked too.
okay. Without objections to order, Sidney Foster. Commonwealth versus Sidney Foster. 21 CR 00100. Are you Sidney Foster?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 8738.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
I'm waiting on a response from the defense.
We could talk about an alternative. I'm gonna need some time to explore, so like that work.
Can we pass this one to the third and the ninth, Your Honor? If we don't have it resolved, we're good probably.
A negotiation day on February the 3rd at 9 a.m. and the next court appearance is on February 9th. Both of them are conditions of your bond. Do you understand that? Okay. Tammy Gibson. Commonwealth versus Tammy Gibson. 22 CR 0072. Are you Tammy Gibson?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1971.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5619.
Yes, sir.
We're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is a case involving alleged benefit theft. And I was waiting on Mr. Shepard, if he has any evidence, it's about whether she was living here or Indiana, if he has any evidence he wanted to supply that she was living here. Also, I got some documents from David Bookout showing she was on home incarceration during part of this, and I sent those to Mr. Shepard. So if he doesn't have any more information, I don't know what we're doing.
Well, we think there's a lot more information out there. I've got an investigation pending.
Well, there are always more information.
Well,
out there.
this is one where there's a lot
Relevant
of- I
information.
mean, I think could be dispositive if we can find what we think we can find. Unfortunately, my investigator's got 8 counties and I'm not always at the top of the heap. Sometimes I am, but he's on it. I would ask for a little more time and I noticed there was some discovery added. I hadn't yet gotten on there and seen what it was that Mr. Stockton referenced. I can't imagine that's harmful to us.
It'd be exculpatory if it's anything.
Correct. If it was,
Well,
well,
you want to continue it to a date certain, Mr. Stockton, with
Yeah, let's do it by March, and I'll give Mr. Shepard's investigator time, and I'll need some information.
March the 2nd, and sometime before that, if y'all will get together on a negotiation day, whenever the February or March negotiation day set. Your next court date's March the 2nd, and whenever you're told up here by your attorney for negotiations, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gabriel Guthrie. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Gabriel Guthrie, 22 CR 0073. Are you Gabriel Guthrie?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1983.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 2767. Is that correct? We're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we're waiting on the lab report in this case. It should be, if we set it to the 3rd and the 9th, maybe we'll have it.
Be here for negotiations on February 3rd. And the next court date's February 9th. Both those dates are a part of your bond condition. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much. Haley Harbor. Haley Harbor. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Haley Harbor, 22 CR 0034 and 22 CR 0039. Are you Haley Harbor?
Yes.
Were you born in 2000?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number 6213.
Yes.
You're represented by Mr. Cross here today. We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is the case involving the death of an infant child. The medical examiner initially ruled it was a SIDS death. She requested to review about 500 or 600 pages of medical records from UK. The child spent the majority of its life at the UK hospital. So I've got a call into the medical examiner, but I've not heard from her yet. So if we could pass this a month.
You want to put it on the docket for February the 9th?
Yes, I should hear something. I should know something. But
And if there's any negotiation necessary, your attorney will contact you to be there. So your next court date is on February the 9th. Okay, thank you. Troy Coots.
Yeah.
Okay, is that how you say Coots? Coots. Okay, well, we'll take a seat there when your lawyer gets your call back up. Dennis Lee, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Dennis Lee, 21 CR 00125 and 22 CR 005. Are you Dennis Lee?
Yes, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
7892.
Born in 1999.
Yep.
We're here today for pre-trial conference.
Your Honor, we have a felony plea for the court to consider.
Okay. Mr. Lee, a motion has been tendered, says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea legally voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictments number 21 CR 00125 and 22 CR 005?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You feel believe that you're fully informed about your case.
Yes.
You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can step plead guilty, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a higher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation? Could y'all move to the left here? Thank you. Ms. Gordon Anderson.
Yes, upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree in case number 21 CR 125, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall pay a fine of $1,250, shall pay a fine in court cost of the discretion of the court, shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. Then it agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and the defendant shall remain on active supervision until all court costs are paid in full or until further request of probation and parole.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts as charged or as amended?
Yes.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, I've explained to you, is still your desire to waive these rights, enter a plea of guilty and allow the court to fix the punishment and it within the range permitted by law.
Yes.
You understand that after entering a guilty plea, any future convictions will could be enhanced as far as the range of penalty.
Yes.
Is that your signature on the document there?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report and schedule sentencing for February 9th. You need to come over and meet with the probation parole officer, give information, okay? Justin Lynch. Commonwealth versus Justin Lynch. 22 CR 004. Are you Justin Lynch? You born in 1975?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, of social security number 7597.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say? Mr. Stockton,
Yes, Your Honor.
what does the Commonwealth have to say in Commonwealth versus Lynch?
Well, Mr. Shepherd and I had discussed this case, but we didn't reach a resolution.
Well, I think I was hoping that you wanted some information about him and from him, and I didn't get with him and get back. Judge, I'd like if we could have a settlement day and a pretrial. I think we're gonna get to a resolution.
Okay, negotiation day, 9 a.m., February 3rd, next court appearance, February 9th. Both of those are conditions of your bond. You understand? Okay, thank you. Cody Perigin. Commonwealth versus Cody Perigin. 22 CR 0035 and 22 CR 0038. Are you Cody Perigin? You were born in 1996.
Yes,
Last four digits, social security number 7329.
yeah,
We're here today for pretrial conference.
that's the same situation. He's co-defendant with Ms. Harvard. So we need to put that off to February, right here from the mayor, please.
Okay, that would be February. Come back to check on February the 9th,
Yes.
February the 9th, and then if there is any negotiation day, you'll need to be there too, okay? Cheyenne Perigin. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Cheyenne Perigin,
No, it's not.
CR 0003. Are you Cheyenne Perigin?
Yeah.
Born in 1994.
Yeah.
Last four digits, your social security number 7299. Is that correct? Okay. You're here in 20 CR 0003 for review. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this was a initial motion to revoke. Going to the last one, go to the social service commission, chief and staff, all now as a result of that. In compliance with the
You trying hard here?
Yeah,
Well, keep
I've
it
got a
up.
job now.
Good. Where you work?
At Typhon.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I think that'll give you some structure.
Yeah,
Reason to get up every day. So
Yeah.
continue to do well. Maybe you get this behind you, okay?
yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
continue generally. Yeah. Terry Phillips, Commonwealth versus Terry Phillips. Commonwealth versus Terry Phillips, 21 CR 006. Are you Terry Phillips? So you were born in 1976.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 9701. Says that we're here for a diversion revocation. What was the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Phillips entered a plea. He owed $300,000 restitution. He was to pay $1,000.
Okay, if y'all will move over on this side over here, Mr.
He was to pay $1,000 a month. And then it didn't come due in a year. And here we are. He's paid $1,000 a month, but he's not paid any extra. So he still owes about $290,000, $286,000.
Your Honor, in response to Mr.
Why
Stockton,
don't you get over behind the microphone? So-
In response to Mr. Stockton, we've had good candid conversations about this initially, and as Mr. Phillips has also reminded me, I think the understanding was Mr. Phillips is going to do everything he could to collect off Bert Smith, the desperado down in Tennessee who has caused all this.
Well, we entered the paperwork. We gave him a year. It's still in litigation with Smith.
Right.
You know, Bluegrass wants to move. And I can't blame them. That's a pretty good size chunk of change.
Oh, I was going to finish. I think the understanding was after a year, we'd see where we were, and if we had to come back and rework it, we would. Now, I've furnished Mr. Stockton with a letter from John Nesbitt, his attorney in Tennessee, in a civil case against Bert Smith. They had a mediation and Bluegrass was involved and didn't get anything done. They've got a trial in September set. Mr. Phillips is willing to make an assignment of proceeds on that. He's willing to keep making payments. Or if they feel like he just ought to go to jail, he's prepared to go to jail. He doesn't want to. And that's not going to get them their money. And that's all they're interested in this case. And he's interested in paying them back. But
I'll tell you what I propose. Yes, sir. I propose setting it for March 2nd and he can make whatever arrangements with his lawyer to make Bluegrass happy. If he doesn't make them happy, we'll be back there and look.
Let me propose something.
Okay.
What would it take to amortize a $300,000?
But what interest is now?
Well, we're not going to charge them on what interest is. We're going to have them a reasonable interest.
We can figure 48 months, or $200,000, would be right around a little less than 6,000 a month.
which is, he's hauling cattle or trading cattle, that's beyond ability. And we knew that going in.
Well, what I was gonna try to do is do like a 5-year amortization on it with him paying it off in full if he gets a settlement off.
He can do that, but if he goes out 5 years, he got to do a felony at this point in time, because he's already consumed the years.
And of course, we'll make an assignment
He's
on it.
done what now?
He's already consumed the years, of burden, he's 5 years of burden, he's already been on the burden for years. If he goes out another year, he has to plead the felony, he has to be revoked and sentenced.
So he has 4 years left on the version.
A little over 4 years.
Well, what about amortizing over 4 years?
Your Honor, I think that would be fine, and you're saying do a balloon at the end of it? Something that he could make.
Amortize it.
No. I would do it, I would amortize it, and then with the understanding if he settles it, he'll pay it in full before then.
Well, we'll make an assignment in writing on that.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of like the guy the infamous Ed Thomas, who was selling the oil and gas shares, gave the people that he were his investors, all his interest in all those wells. So they signed a release and they got all of nothing instead of part of nothing.
Just
So-
remember, half of nothing is nothing. I was told that years ago.
It's all of nothing is nothing too, so.
Well, Your Honor, when
Here's the thing about it, they're not gonna get any money back if you put him in jail.
right,
And he's been making the payments that they are. I don't, you know, I understand the Commonwealth's position. What about upping it to 2,500 a month and giving him another 12 months?
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
well, Your Honor, if he could humanly do it, he'd do it, but he's sitting there saying he's really, and he's having to pay Nesbitt to pursue this. It's not on a contingency, so if they get anything, it's going to be coming to terror.
Must not be much of a case if the guy wasn't willing.
Your
to
Honor,
take it
Bert
on.
Smith, and I hope somebody sends this to him, he's absolutely a masterful crook. He's done this 2 or 3 times before, according
Yeah,
to my
well,
cousin and your friend, and he set this up to where
Can he pay $2,000 a month?
we drive with her. You do good. Let's just, we'll agree to do, just try to keep it going.
Well, I say 2,000 wasn't the same. That needs to be done.
2,000 within the same.
And redo it in 6
I don't
months.
want to put you in jail. Right, I know you don't. So we are now in accord on that. What I'm trying to do is get you something you can live with until you get this settled down there, you know what I mean? Okay, let's do 2,000, the first payment. He paid 1,000 this month. And
I don't know who's made this.
he made this.
He'll take it.
If they pay 1,000 today, and 30 days from today, they'll go up to 2,000 until you get this thing. And we'll put it back on, the docket on July 13th. So it'll go up to 2,000 a month till July 13th. You can come back in here. Now, if at that point he finds out that he can't settle it down there and he can't pay the 2,000, then the Commonwealth will have to address it.
Do you want a written assignment of proceeds?
I think that'd be appropriate.
I think that's fine. I know, but as long as you're paying, what he's saying is as long as you're paying the 2,000.
Well, we can set it for October 12th here. That way you'll know what's going on down there, okay? Okay, October 12th and be 2,000 a month, October 12th with an assignment. Okay,
Okay, wait for me outside, Jerry.
good.
I think that's reasonable. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Nancy Raines. Nancy Raines. Commonwealth versus Nancy Raines, 22 CR 0067. Are you Nancy Raines?
Yes,
You born in 2001.
yes,
Last 4 digits is social security number 0300. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have an attorney.
no,
You fill out an affidavit to swear you can afford one or not.
well, I'm gonna get one, yes, but,
You're gonna get one.
yeah, I'm just
Okay,
talking.
well, right now it's an opportune time to have one.
Okay.
But you don't have one yet. Who you gonna get?
I don't know yet, I have no clue.
Do what?
I'm new to this, I have no clue, I'll have to just look around.
Well, I'm gonna appoint an office of public advocacy to do the arraignment. Do you have money? Do you have a job? Do you have own property or anything?
Yes, well, I have a job and money, so.
You do? Well, that was the wrong answer.
Oh,
But in any event, for the purpose of arraignment, then I'll let you fill out an affidavit to see if you're entitled to public defender, okay? You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property and criminal syndicate engaging in organized crime. Do you understand those charges?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor, you heard this lady acknowledge her identity. You acknowledge receiving the indictment, wait for more reading arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You need to be with your attorney on February the 3rd. Here at this is where you do it here at the courthouse, at 9 a.m. on February 3rd for negotiation, and then back here on February 9th in this courtroom at 9 a.m. for your court appearance. Both of those are a condition of your bond. Okay. And you can give her a copy of the indictment, or you want to keep a copy of the indictment, or what do you want to do?
Well, I guess I need some guidance as to whether we're being appointed.
You're being relieved right now.
Okay, because Ms. Rainey's case went up there conflict.
Okay, I'm gonna relieve you, stood in for the purpose of arraignment only. Okay, and so y'all are excused, and he doesn't represent you except for this arraignment.
Okay.
Okay, now there's a reciprocal discovery order. There's gonna be a reciprocal discovery order where we're gonna give you information that your attorney will need, but you need to get an attorney as soon as possible, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Those 2 dates are part of your bond. You understand?
Starting tonight, right?
Yeah, the 3rd and the 9th, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Jason Savage. Commonwealth versus Jason Savage. 22 CR 0081, Commonwealth versus Jason Savage. Are you Jason Savage? Yes. You born in 1981? But you get over on this side over here. Last 4 digits, social security number 3224. Yes. We're here today for a pre-trial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Mr. Shuffett said he needs some more time on this. I think we can have the paperwork done on the 9th.
Okay, you want him here on the February the 3rd?
Yes, please.
February 3rd at 9 a.m. here for negotiations, and your next court date's on February 9th, okay? Jeremy Thrasher.
Your Honor. He's in compliance on his program, he's gainfully employed, and I think the court order said as long as he's working, he didn't have to be employed. It was a motion to revoke, but part of his conditions was to get a job and he's employed now.
Okay, so you want to continue it till you renotice it?
That's correct.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Joseph Wallace. Commonwealth versus Joseph Wallace, 22 CR 0017. Are you Joseph Wallace? You born in 1976? What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
4670.
Do what?
4670.
4673. You're here for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say? You move over this way.
Mr. Krause can't be here on the 3rd, so he'll need to get with me before the 9th, so we can discuss this.
We think we're
Okay, well,
down on it.
sir, it's condition of your bond. You're listed to your lawyer and be here for a negotiation day. And then the next court day is on February the 9th. You have to attend both of those, okay? Okay. Ty Webb. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Ty Webb, 22 CR 0082. Are you Ty Webb? Okay, you born in 1988. Last 4 digits, social security number 3821. We're here for a pre-trial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we've met one time on this case, and I think we're close to an agreement now, so we set it for the 9th.
You need another negotiation day?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay,
He needs to be.
sir, you to be here on February the 3rd at 9 a.m. for negotiation, and your next court days on February 9th, and both of them are conditions your bond. You understand that? So, okay, thank you very much. Now, is the attorney for Mr. Koontz here yet? Well, he must be going by way of Glasgow if he's coming from Somerset here. I don't.
He emailed me and got it until 12 and said he was leaving Somerset and we could not see him.
Well, we've got 12 minutes, so we'll hold that there. Okay, let's go to the Russell. It's not time to go to the Russell County Detention Center, I guess. Okay, we'll take a quick recess and go off the record. Mr. Stockton, Where the Commonwealth back there, we got Commonwealth versus Troy Coots.
They are your honor.
Tell them I'm gonna fine the Commonwealth for being late. You tell Mr. Stockton I was gonna fine him for being late. Commonwealth versus Troy Coots. Are you Troy Coots?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1972.
Yes,
Okay, what are the last four digits of social security number?
0635.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Immediate trial date.
Okay, what is it? What's the charge?
This is the case where the truth allegedly stole this lady's boat. He was on damage to it before we got back.
Yeah.
This is the one, there was a companion, it's still a companion civil case, but we were just gonna set this one for trial and they have some depositions in the civil case coming up, so
You know, the depositions coming up.
April or February 3rd is the victim's deposition in the civil case.
So you want to do the vote?
I don't know, I don't think they've set your deposition, have they? No, they've just set her deposition. So if we can set an April trial date, I will. I may file motions depending on what comes out in her deposition prior to the trial date.
Not the truth, what we found.
I'm just gonna set this for another pretrial on April the 13th. That give you, will the depositions be finished by then?
Yes,
Will you be ready for a short fuse on
yes, sir.
a trial after April 13th? There's no reason to hold the day right now, but we'll have the trial later in April and early May that way. Okay,
Are you setting it for any negotiation date?
you don't have anything to negotiate yet, and
Yes,
so
sir.
you do that, so.
Terrific.
Y'all can set a negotiation date, sir. Your next court appearance here could be on April the 13th or on any designated negotiation day that your attorney advises you. Okay?
April 13th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Russell County Detention. They're not on Simpson County. Are you on? Nobody. Clinton County's on. Okay. Okay, well, we'll go back off the record until the jails show up.
And he set his quick trial date in April. Where's my sheet at? Who's in Russell County?
Jail. Russell County Jail. Okay, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Chris Thrasher. Are you Chris Thrasher?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you born in 1982?
Yes,
Last four digits, your social security number are 2940.
yes.
I'll tell you what we're gonna need to do here to make sure, Mr. Thrasher, I can see Mr. Thrasher. Is that, why is that not on over there? I don't, y'all can see Mr. Thrasher. Okay. Wayne County, will you turn your camera off just for a second, please? If y'all will both go back there.
We've got it going through the system, so it should be.
Okay, it's good now. Okay. There's a motion to reduce bond, Mr. Hoskins, that you filed on 20 CR 0087 and 21 CR 00114. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to go ahead?
Can't really point to any changed circumstances. They only.
Need to speak up slowly.
I'm sorry. I can't point to any changed circumstances other than the fact that Mr. Thrasher has now been in jail on bond for quite a while and is not able to meet his current bond. His father is here. They tell me they can post a $300,000 property bond or $100,000 cash bond with all non-financial conditions that the court may deem appropriate, including Mr. Thrasher's father is willing to basically take him into his custody, keep him living in his home and not let him ever be out of his.
You can move over behind the podium.
Yes, sir. Initially, we have had a bond hearing on this case before. I know the court can entertain those if it chooses to, but I would note that we have crossed this bridge once before, particularly when there are no changed circumstances. We believe the bond is appropriate where it's set.
Yeah, the first time that this case has been set for trial twice.
Yes,
The first time we had an expert witness that wasn't available.
yes,
The second time, Mr. Thrasher, when you were ready for trial, Commonwealth was ready, but Mr. Thrasher changed lawyers the day before. So if that hadn't happened, I would be more inclined. In other words, if the Commonwealth had been remiss in preparing or advancing the case and he's been in jail for quite a while, I'd be more inclined. I'm not inclined, but I am inclined to advance him on the docket above all my other cases because he's been there for a while. Now, when can you be ready for trial?
Judge, it will. Maybe depends on the court's calendar.
Well, now, my calendar is, it's kind of like Wyoming, wide open when it comes to this case.
Well, I'm sure you know with our circuit, it is not exactly. So maybe I am the limiting factor,
Maybe
Judge. I don't know.
Maybe it'd be a good chance for you to escape that. Tell them you've got to be over here. I would think that it'd probably take 3 days to try this. Would you think? 2 or 3 days?
I would think 3, Judge.
Yeah. Now, are you going to do any venue motions or anything?
I don't anticipate doing that.
I just need to kind of know.
Couldn't find a jury. Judge, that's my only concern. Mr. Leverage and I talked about where we are with this case. He's been very cooperative in giving me access to everything that I've asked for. I had an expert, computer expert who is making arrangements to come to Frankfurt and look at not the actual computers. I don't believe at issue. I think they make a mirror image, and I think that's what we would be looking at. And that's my only concern as far as timing. Otherwise, the comment is we have a few other little things we talked about getting from the Commonwealth.
Mr. Leverage has asked me to give him a specific list, and I will make sure we do that today. So. Look at April the 24th.
I'll be at 176.
Would you be looking at the 24th, 25th, and 26th, Judge? I can make that work.
It's open on my calendar.
The second one you wrote.
Right, we would, if we can, Megan, can we put them both on that day, understanding we'll delay the 21 case, child porn case.
Okay, now I'm going to put both of you on notice that if for some reason the Commonwealth is not ready to proceed on that day, I will reconsider your bond motion for this in-home incarceration at his father's house or something like that. Okay,
I don't see any hangups, Judge.
I don't either, but you can't, if twice, even if it's not your fault, twice you go like that. Okay? Thank y'all very much. Just, if I could, while we're still here, are there any local rules or standing orders that I need to be aware of? I don't know what you are aware of. I would say you need to be aware of all of it. I don't know anything. If you have any questions about any of them, you can inquire of my staff attorney. You got the jury questionnaire forms that are available for you. We'll probably, you probably want to schedule a pretrial at some juncture. If you have any motions, I'd like the motion to be filed maybe 30 days before that if it's positive motions on any major issue. If you have any discovery issues or that sort of stuff, y'all can get together and call me and we'll get you on the record. Try to necessarily come over here or go to one of my other real days, that sort of thing, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank y'all very much. Russell County, I don't think we have anything else with y'all today. Is that correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
Y'all don't have anything else with us today, correct, Russell County?
No, we don't.
Okay, well, you may be excused. Thank you very much.
You.
Is Simpson County on the line? Okay, Wayne County. Wayne County.
Yes.
Okay, Wayne County, Benjamin Clable. Are you Benjamin Clable?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1986?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 2415.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today on a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
I've not spoken with Mr. Shefford about this in a while. If he wants to mediate it, I'd be willing to. If not, we can get a trial date whenever he's ready.
Judge, I think mediation is a good idea. We're going to be asking the court for some expert witnesses, and obviously before we mediate, I'd probably like some input from them. I would ask Benjamin right now as a state inmate. I would ask the court to set this off maybe about 60 days, and in the meantime, I will get with the court at a time convenient for.
I'll set the next appearance in this case on March the 2nd And then when Mr. Stockton chooses the March negotiation day, which will probably be in late February, he can tell you what date that is. And then if you have any ex parte motion before then, I'll make arrangements to get it on the record, okay?
All right, thank you, Judge.
Court date is March 2nd. Virginia Daniels.
I just have the mails in here at the moment.
Okay, Elmer Neal. Commonwealth versus Elmer Neal, 22 CR 0076. Are you Elmer Neal? Were you born in 1966?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1141.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
Well, I made Mr. Sheffield an offer, and if Mr. Neal doesn't want to take it, I'm ready to set it for trial.
Okay,
Judge, I think it's Mr. Neal's intent to accept the offer. We weren't able to get that effectuated for today. He's a state inmate, so I see no harm in setting it over for next month for a plea.
okay, I'll agree to that. You want to negotiation, you want him to appear for negotiation day?
Yeah, we need to
that-
set it for the 3rd too.
Let's
That'd be
set him on
fine.
negotiation for the 3rd, February the 3rd, and the next court date's on February the 9th, okay? Thank you very much. James Shelton. Commonwealth versus James Shelton for sentencing, 22 CR 0070. Are you James Shelton?
Yes,
You born in 1980?
yes.
Last four digits, social security number 4942.
Yes.
And you had an opportunity, sir, to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
On a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2.5 years. The Commonwealth shall impose probation and shock probation. What are the court costs in this case? Court costs are $155. You can start paying that $30 a month, 30 days after your release. There wasn't any reason, Counselor, why Mr. Shelton should not have sentence pronounced, was there?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I think we're down to females now in Wayne County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Virginia Daniels. Commonwealth versus Virginia Daniels. 22 CR 0052 and 21 CR 0075 are, excuse me, 21 CR 0073. Virginia Daniels for sentencing. Are you Virginia Daniels?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1984?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7986.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Your pretrial diversion was voided on December 1st, 2022. Is there any, have you had an opportunity to look at this pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Miss Virginia Daniels, you're sentenced to 5 years to serve. Considering the length of sentence, I waive any court cost in the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amanda Jewell. Amanda Jewell. Are you Amanda Jewell?
Yes,
This is 22 CR 0052 and 21 CR 0075. Miss Jewell, were you born in 1988?
yes,
Last four digits of social security number 5232.
yes.
You're here on a pretrial conference on the 22 case and on probation revocation on the 21 case. What does the Commonwealth have to say? Mr. Stockton,
Yeah, Your Honor, Miss Jewel has agreed to enter a plea in 22 CR 52. And in lieu of revocation, she would go into the specialty court in the revocation plea. And she'd get credit for time served and be sanctioned.
she's gonna do a felony plea.
Yes,
Motion has been.
but I'm
tendered.
not asking for revocation. This is a case, Your Honor, where a juvenile stole a ring that was valued at $3,000 or $4,000, a set of rings. Miss Jewel was in the chain as to where the rings went. They were only sold and received for like $30 and $40. I've talked, the victim in this case, who actually owned the rings, is fine with this plea, and I can't prosecute the juvenile that stole it.
A motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter guilty plea, is that correct?
Yes,
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
no,
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
yes,
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0052?
yes,
Is your judgment impaired today?
no,
Okay. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
yes,
Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you've been fully informed about your case?
yes,
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea, but you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge. Don't you understand that entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that I apply the range of sentence provided law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll await the precinct's investigation report to be done by probation and parole. And again, I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence. You have the right to withdraw your plea. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Your Honor, Miss Jewel will plead guilty to receiving stolen property over $1,000, receive a sentence of 2.5 years. That will run consecutively to Clinton Circuit Court Case 21 CR 75 of 7.5 years for a total of 10 years. The Commonwealth agrees to probate her in this case for a period of 5 years. She'll pay court costs of discretion of the court. She will have to enter and complete the Clinton County Specialty Court Program, and she'll have to maintain gainful employment when she's released. And I'd ask that she not be released until after final sentencing or she's eligible for the drug court program.
Is that what you agreed to, ma'am?
yes,
You need to speak up.
yes,
Okay. Are you doing that because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
yes,
And are you doing this of your own free will?
yes,
Knowing your constitutional rights, as explained to Mr. Steele, your desire to give up those rights, enter guilty plea to the charges, and allow the court to fix your punishment. You understand that by entering a plea today, any future convictions could be enhanced under the persistent felony offender law as far as the range of penalty. You understand that? Will you hold the document up, Mr. Shepherd? Is that your signature, ma'am, on that offer?
yes,
I'll accept the agreement. Is she a state prisoner now? She's not. So we're gonna-
Judge, I believe, and Jesse may know more than me, but I believe she's ready for orientation in the morning. I also believe due to the fact that she was sentenced on the 21 case, I think fairly recently, I would ask the court to consider waiving sentencing and releasing her in the morning so she can begin drug court.
I'm ordering a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. I'll schedule sentencing on February the 9th. Is she out for orientation tomorrow?
That's what I'm asking. She's already,
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is she out for orientation?
I'm asking the court to release her for orientation.
I'm asking when she has to do the orientation. Okay, I'll let her out if her orientation is tomorrow. I want to know when she's scheduled for orientation.
Jesse, did you guys vote her in Monday?
I don't recall voting on anybody, to be honest with you. I don't know if it slipped through Mr. Cross's fingertips or not. We're gonna text Mr. Cross and see if she's on for orientation.
Okay, well, I will tell you that I will release her once she gets oriented into drug court, and she'll have to come back for her sentencing anyway. But I'll go ahead and release her after she's oriented so she can begin drug court. Until then, she'll stay in jail subject to her sentencing, okay?
Well, we'll get in contact with Mr. Cross.
Okay, and Mr. Shepherd, they'll be in contact with you about that, okay? Nita Neal. Are you Nita Neal?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 00129. Nita Neal, were you born in 1973?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 8417.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cross, if you want to step back there, I'm sure public defender will let you use their camera so she can see you.
I don't think she wants to see me, Your Honor, but I'll agree with that in the motion.
We're here for a probation litigation. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
Miss Neal has a 12-month sentence for trafficking and controlled substance, second degree, first offense, non-narcotic. She was sent to substance abuse treatment, and she failed to complete that and left the Women's Hope Center on 10/4/2022. She was discharged 11/20. I'm sorry, she entered 10/4/2022. She was discharged 11/29/22 due to leaving the facility on her own accord. She never reported to probation parole and was listed as absconder.
Mr. Shepherd, will you turn that on for Mr. Cross back there? There you go.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Your Honor, I wasn't aware that Miss Neal had been picked up. Every effort at communicating with Miss Neal or her sponsor was to no avail, and I need to move to withdrawal because basically I can't represent somebody that they didn't pay me for the initial representation, and I haven't spoken with her. She never called me after she got picked up. Didn't know she's here. Just like to get out of it.
What do you say, Mr. Stockton?
Well, I don't know how you can represent somebody if you can't communicate with them. So if you want to appoint the public defender, we can do it next month if you want to.
Miss Neal, do you have an attorney, money to hire an attorney?
No, right at this moment, I don't.
Well, we're at this point, so I will appoint the Office of Public Advocacy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I want y'all to pre-trial to have her fill out an affidavit. So to affirm that I'm correct about this appointment, okay? Pre-trial, are you on there? You on there? Okay. Okay, pre-trial, we'll have somebody fill you out, and then we'll have you'll be back here on February 9th. Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, Wayne County, do you have anybody else for us? Is that complete? Yeah. Well, thank y'all for your cooperation. Have a great day, okay?
All right.
Yeah, we're on for Clinton County. Is Clinton County on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you turn your camera on. Okay, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jeremy Alverson. Commonwealth first is Jeremy Alverson, 22 CR 0057, 58, 59, 60, and 79. Mr. Alverson, were you born in 2004?
Yes.
Last four digits of social security number 6324.
Yes.
Who represents you?
On Monday, Aisha sent me an email saying that she's representing Jeremy Alverson Thursday and is requesting to do June. She already.
Okay, well, your attorney is not here. She had requested permission to appear here by Zoom, and she said she had been to see you at the jail. Has she been to visit you at the jail?
Yeah, she came. Yeah, she came.
Don't tell me what she said. I'm just asking you a simple question. Did she come visit you at the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I will file her in contempt for not being present. And have her to appear on February 9th to show cause why she should not be held in contempt. We'll have to reschedule you for February the 9th, sir. Okay?
All right.
Okay. Christopher Ayers. Commonwealth versus Christopher Ayers.
Dan Thompson on his behalf, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you Christopher Ayers?
Yes, sir.
We are on 22 CR 0054. Mr. Ayers, were you born in 1988?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 1767.
Sir.
We're here today on a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
Mr. Thompson and I have discussed this case, Your Honor. We need a trial date.
What is the charge?
It's either rape, third, or sexual abuse. I'd have to get the file out. It's a sex offense.
It'll take 2 days.
I would think a day myself. But I think there'll be that many witnesses.
How many, do you have expert witnesses or anything you need some time for?
Well, there's some medical records. I might need to subpoena a doctor. Yeah, I probably need a couple months, Your Honor. Make sure we get it correct so I can get them available. I want to set it for 2 days just to be, but I would think we could try it in a day, depending on the jury.
How about April 3rd and 4th?
Your Honor, I will be out of the state that week.
Okay. How about March 20th and 21st?
That's fine with me, Your Honor. Sorry, my tablet went powered out.
That's fine with me also. New jury's gonna get to work yet.
Okay, if you have any pretrial motions, you can file them for, in February, okay?
Thank you.
February 9th, so we'll be here, okay?
Yes, sir. I think it's
Okay,
good.
thank you. David Brown. Commonwealth versus David Brown, 22 CR 0016. Are you David Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1972. Last four digits, social security number 3541.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're here on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Brown is on probation on a 5-year sentence for receiving stolen property. And his violation is that he left the area of supervision without any permission. He went to Campbellsville, and while in Campbellsville, he was arrested for shoplifting. And not only does he have this current offense for receiving stolen property, in 08 M110, he's got theft by unlawful taking under $500. 09 CR 33, he's got a receiving stolen property over $500. 10 M10, he's got a theft by deception under $500. 14 CR 16, he's got theft by unlawful taking over $500. And then he's got 2 other misdemeanors and 16 for receiving stolen property. So not only was he out of the jurisdiction, he's got all those. So I'm ready to put Miss Clooney on if I need to.
Mr. Shuffett?
Well, Judge, we don't deny that charges were filed in Taylor County. I don't think Miss Clooney would be the necessary witness. I think they would need the investigating officer in that handled it in Taylor County to establish, what they need to establish. But I would ask the court, David's already done 30 plus, I think close to 45 days in jail. I would ask the court to consider a sanction in lieu of revocation. The case in Taylor County is still pending. To my knowledge, there's been no resolution as of yet.
Well, the problem is he had no business in Taylor County. He's in violation of his probation by being there. Isn't that correct, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, he has to get permission to leave the area, Your Honor. And he had none. That's what I was referring to put Miss Clooney on. If he thinks the shoplifting is crucial, we could just let him stay in jail till he has a trial in Taylor County and see what happens. But I think there's ample grounds to revoke him based on he's outside the jurisdiction. Or we wouldn't have known about it unless he had been charged with the crime.
Yeah, call her as a witness. Yeah. You raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and that's the
Christy Clooney, with probation and parole division.
You need to speak up.
Corrections division, probation and parole.
Okay, Mr. Stockton.
Ms. Clooney, do you supervise people placed on probation in Clinton County, Kentucky?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the defendant, David Ryan Brown?
yes,
And has he been placed on your caseload?
yes.
And what's your normal routine when somebody comes in, is placed under your care, probation?
As far as-
Orient them, and do they sign conditions of the probation parole?
Yes, they will do an intake and then, yes, they'll sign conditions, and they'll be notified of their area of supervision.
Okay, what normally are the main conditions of probation when somebody's placed on probation?
Basic ones, notify me of any law enforcement.
You need to speak up, please.
And ask for permission to leave the area of supervision,
Okay, what was his area of supervision?
Clinton and Wayne.
Okay. And how did you find out that he had been charged with shoplifting in Taylor?
He did actually contact me and let me know that he had been arrested.
Okay. And had he contacted you beforehand and sought permission to travel to Taylor County?
He did not.
Nothing further.
Will you have any questions, Mr. Shuffett?
I have no questions for Miss Clooney, no.
You may step down.
I have no other.
Okay, Mr. Sheffield, would you like to put on a witness?
No, but I would like to make an argument if that's the conclusion of the evidence.
Commonwealth is closed.
Judge, a couple points. I still believe that a sanction would be appropriate here. I don't think with the court not having the probable cause on the charge to consider, I don't think an incident where he left out of the county by a couple counties is enough to revoke probation. I think there has to be more. I think graduated sanctions would be appropriate for that type of violation. And secondly, I don't know how that's even legal. I know that it is currently, but I don't know how it's constitutional that you can say you can only be in these two counties. I understand not going out of state, that being an issue, jurisdiction and such, but I don't know how it's constitutional to restrict an individual to two counties. So if this ends up on appeal, maybe that's something that could be taken up.
Yeah, possibly you could take that up, but it appears to me that when a person moves to probation, they agree to follow conditions that are put on them. There are certain constitutional rights that you've given up once you're guilty, if you want to get probated. But what I'm going to do is I've taken this evidence in this point, I'm going to hold it in abeyance to hear additional evidence in the future as what the resolution of the case up in Taylor County is. So he shall remain incarcerated, and once that case is resolved, we'll listen to what the testimony was there and determine whether a sanction is appropriate, or whether we should be revoked. Thank you very much. David Carnder. Commonwealth versus David Carnder. Are you David Carnder?
Yes, sir.
We're on 22 CR 00 62, 63, 64, and 78. Were you born in 1993?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number 0416. Okay. You're here today on pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have?
I've made an offer in this case, and I know Mr. Sheffield, we've discussed it, but I really don't know where we stand at this point in time, if we need to get a trial date or not.
Judge, if I could have a little more time on this, Mr. Stockton's correct. There has been an offer made.
There you'd be a negotiation day on February 3rd. The next court date here is February 9th. Matthew Denny.
Judge, I have a motion to withdraw in his cases.
Well, let me get him up here first. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Matthew Denny. 22 CR 0083 49, 21 CR 0055 56, 20 CR 0056, and 20 CR 0047. Mr. Tom Carroll has made an appearance here, and now you may be heard, Mr. Carroll.
Your Honor, I would move to withdraw and allow a public defender to be appointed. I have not been retained to represent him on a continuing basis. And he has new charges and
Okay, you're allowed to withdraw. Has he done I want him to do an affidavit to see if he's eligible for a public defender. And we won't arraign him. I'm gonna ask the public advocacy to stand in for the purpose of arraignment today on 22 CR 0083.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, you're welcome. Mr. Denny, I'm going to arraign you on these charges. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County returned an indictment charged you with criminal trespass in the second degree, theft, unlawful taking, burglary in the third degree, and being a persistent felon offender as to the burglary charge. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shepard, you heard this gentleman acknowledge his identity. The indictment's on the back to acknowledge his identity, receive the indictment, waive formal reading or enter a not guilty plea on his behalf at this arraignment.
Yes, Your Honor.
I will, once I receive the affidavit, Mr. Denny, if you have no other plans, if you're eligible, I will appoint public advocacy pursuant to that affidavit and request your previous counsel. Do what? Who was that speaking? Was that you, Mr. Stockton?
No, Your Honor, my microphone is muted.
Okay, you shall appear with your attorney at the negotiation day, set up on February the 3rd at 9 a.m. either by Zoom in all probability, and then the next court date is February the 9th. And I'll get you that order, Mr. Shepard, just as soon as I get the affidavit, okay?
And Judge, that order will apply not only to the arraignment, but to to 22 CR 49 set for pretrial conference and the revocations.
Right, it'll be 22 CR 0083 and 49, 21 CR 0055 and 56, 20 CR 0076 and 47.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Austin Edwards. Commonwealth versus Austin Edwards. Are you Austin Edwards? Are you Austin Edwards? The microphone is off there. Clinton, can you turn the microphone on? Are you Austin Edwards?
I'm God.
You're what?
God, Mildred runs this show.
Okay. Are you also, Mr. God, are you also known as Austin Edwards by people who know you best?
Judea.
Okay. Were you born in 1999?
You know I was.
Okay, and the last four digits of your social security number 5883.
Yep.
Okay, we're here today for a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
Yes. There's an order for him to go to KCPC, and he should be pretty quick because we got a request for his paperwork.
After Christ, devil's children.
Okay, well, okay, and so you want to just go ahead and set this out into maybe March the 2nd?
That'd be fine.
Why don't we set it for February? Because he's been found to be incompetent, and if they get him up there and get him back, we'd like to get him disposed of and get him out of jail.
Wait, guys, wait there, hold on there. On February, we'll be back here on February the 9th. Okay. Kevin Heddix.
I wonder who's found him incompetent. Oh, they have. He's
Kevin Heddix.
That's a treatment.
Commonwealth versus Kevin Haddix, 15 CR 00101. Are you Kevin Haddix?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1966.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3194.
Sure.
We're here on a shock probation revocation. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
There was also an order entered for him to go to KCPC, Your Honor, but unlike Mr. Edwards, who's been, and we have an order for further treatment, Mr. Haddix is not being in.
Okay, so you want to put it off for a month, see if he goes by next month?
Yeah, I'd say by March, maybe we'll know something.
March the 2nd. James Irvin. James Irvin. Commonwealth versus James Irwin, 22 CR 0005. Are you James Irwin?
Sir.
Were you born in 1999?
No, sir.
What year? were you born? What year?
1973.
1973. They had you on there. You're here today for a pretrial conference, Mr. Irwin. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I thought we were going to do a felony plea, but Mr. Sheffield said that there was a problem this morning.
Mr. Sheffield?
Yes, Judge, if I could have another month, obviously a case of this nature has a lot of complications with it and that come with it, and conditional discharge seemed to be a concept that was hard to grasp. The conditional discharge period that follows the sentence per statute for all these type offenses. So if I could have one more month and spend a little more time.
Negotiation day on February 3rd, the next trial date on February the 9th. Clifford Kennedy.
Your Honor, Dan Thompson on behalf of Clifford Kennedy.
Clifford Kennedy. Commonwealth versus Clifford Kennedy, 22 CR 0053. Are you Clifford Kennedy?
Sir.
Were you born in 1985?
Sir.
Last four digits, social security number or what?
6878.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. You're represented by Mr. Thompson. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We sent paperwork on this, but I don't know if it's been signed or not.
Judge, last time we were here, the court amended his bond to a 10,000 third-party signature, and he could not get anyone approved to sign him out. The plea offer has, it's an offer of probation. I was hoping he would get out and we could discuss whether or not he can be successful on probation, but he's been incarcerated this whole time. I was going to ask the court for one more month to discuss it with him, and I would also ask the court to let him sign an unsecured bond before he signs up for 5 years probation. I want to know that he's got a place to live, that he's going to be able to comply with these conditions, also that he understands all this paperwork that he's signing.
Well, you can schedule a bond hearing, but the offer's been laying out there, and you can make arrangements for what happens when and if he gets probated. But I will allow you to come on negotiation day on February 3rd, and next trial court dates on February 9th.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Gary Latimer. This is bad day. Commonwealth versus Gary Latimer. Are you Gary Latimer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you born in 1969?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's four digits, your social security number or what? 7653?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today on 21 CR 0091 for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We're ready for trial, Your Honor. Have been on 3 occasions.
Yes, Judge, we just need a date.
What is it? What are you going to try?
The assault third charges. Where he allegedly kicked the deputy jailers down at the jail.
You want a jury trial on this or a bench trial?
Jury trial, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, Judge, this is the one that's been continued because of the expert witness so much.
Is the expert witness available on January the 31st?
I've got some, let's see, January 31st is on a Tuesday.
What about January the 30th?
I would prefer the 30th because we've got the Brown trial set on February the 1st. I'd like to have a day's break anyway before.
Judge, let me. I'm a little bit hesitant to set it that day and then have to turn around, and it might work based on the guidelines she's given me as far as what dates she's available and what dates she isn't. I let her know that the court prefers Monday through Wednesday, which is not great for her schedule, but she's gonna make it work. I'm okay with the 30th, and then if there's some huge issue with the 30th, I should know it by this afternoon.
Okay. Ryan Nally. Commonwealth versus Ryan Nally. Commonwealth versus Ryan Nally, 22 CR 0014. Mr. Nally, were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5190.
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pre-trial conference. What do you have to say, Mr. Sy?
You know, there's been some developments come up, and I think we'd be ready for a plea on February the 9th. I need to talk with Mr. Sheffield on the 3rd.
February the 3rd for a negotiation day, and February 9th for the next court appearance. Both of them conditions of bond. Wesley Rains. Wesley Rains. Are you Wesley Rains?
Yes.
This is 22 CR 0066 and 22 CR 0065. Were you born in 2001?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number 6433.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Rains was recently terminated from specialty court. I'll be filing a motion to revoke on that. I hadn't got the order yet. And he also has these other cases, and Mr. Kraus said he was going to get with me on those, so we'll need some time to do that.
We're going to try to get them resolved by the next motion day, Your Honor. So
February, you can't be there on February 3rd. Is that what you're saying?
that's correct.
You schedule a negotiation day before February the 9th. And both of those will be a condition of the bond, Mr. Rains.
Yeah. I'll be down to see you, Mr. Rains.
Noah Stockton. Noah Stockton for arraignment. Are you Noah Stockton?
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0084. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Were you born in 1996?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits is social security number 0045.
Correct.
You have a right to remain silent. You have an attorney.
Judge, we had him in district court.
I'll continue that appointment. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment, sir, charging you with stalking in the second degree, public intoxication, giving a false identification of a police officer, criminal mischief, second degree, criminal trespass, third degree, fleeing or evading on foot, menacing, and criminal attempt to commit burglary in the second degree. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll set this for a negotiation day on on February 3rd, and the next court appearance on February 9th.
Judge, if I could address his bond briefly.
Please proceed.
He had made a bond on his behalf had been made in district court, and he was out, and as far as I know, there weren't any complaints. When he was indicted, this court set the bond at 10,000 cash. His family, his parents are in the courtroom there, but his family's unable to make that. They are able to make 10,000, 10%. And he would be living at home with his parents.
Mr. Stockton?
Yes, sir.
I would go along with that as long as he has an ankle monitor, Your Honor, because this is an alleged break-in of a home in the early morning hours. It's a dangerous situation, so I would ask for an ankle monitor.
Okay, well, I'll do 10,000, 10% with an ankle monitor on with him under a curfew to go to church, work, or the doctor. And if he has work, it'll be have to be a public job at one location. All I'm saying. So we have a public job at one location to help him pay for the ankle monitor.
Thank
Okay,
you, Judge.
okay. Daniel Young. Mr. Stockton will be back, Mr. Noah Stockton will be back on the 3rd and the 9th. Mission is bond. Daniel Young.
Judge, do I need to go back? Just
Should be good, probably. Commonwealth versus Daniel Young, 22 CR 0075. Are you Daniel Young?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it's your year of birth, Mr. Young, your year. Your year of birth, Mr. Young, what is it?
What year were you born? 1978, March 8th,
Okay, what are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
1140.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Judge, I believe we've reached a resolution in this case.
You have a plea agreement written up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a felony plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0075?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, Your Honor.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I'll need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right
Yeah.
not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel in jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses. I'll testify against you. Right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter higher court if you lose. And the right to require the Commonwealth to prove it on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charges against you. Understand that by entering a plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will wait the precinct's investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation of the Commonwealth and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Stockton?
Judge, on a plea of guilty, the Commonwealth will recommend a sentence of 5 years on each of the 3 counts to run concurrent for 5 years, with the sentence to be probated with supervision for 5 years.
I said, Mr. Leverage, excuse me. Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment or as amended?
Yes, I'm pleading guilty.
Okay, you plead, no one's forcing you, it's your own free will, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Well, your constitutional rights have explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights and charges and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range permitted by law, is that correct?
That's correct.
I understand this plea of guilty says that on any future convictions, they can be enhanced as far as your sentence under persistent felony offender law, is that correct?
Yes, I understand that.
Mr. Cross, will you hold the plea agreement up? Where you can see his signature. Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report be done and schedule sentencing on February the 9th. Larry Weiss.
Your Honor, may Mr. Young be released at this time?
What was it a probated sentence?
Yes, it's all probated.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
After speaking to the officers involved in this case, and Judge, the last time we were here, you suggested I speak to Sheriff Markham about the 2011-12 incident. After having done that, I'm comfortable with that because he'll be supervised and presumably then would not. Honestly, Judge, you just shouldn't be drinking, and that, from what I can gather, will take care of it.
Yeah. It's me hitting this every time.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. There are firearms involved in this thing. He's going to state, I see a pre-sentence investigation report. I want to know more about this. So, and I can tell you the truth. I don't know whether I'm going to accept a plea or not with firearms, but I will give it a look. Okay. Thank you very much.
Judge, what was the sentencing date? I missed that. I apologize.
The 9th of February.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Larry Weiss for sentencing. Commonwealth versus Larry Weiss. Are you Larry Weiss?
Yes.
22 CR 0068 and 20 CR 0072. Mr. Weiss, were you born in 1978?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 3624.
Yes.
Okay, you're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Have you looked at that? Sir, have you?
Yes.
Have you looked at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Larry, that's the paperwork we went over with yesterday.
Yes, Brad.
Was it the things in the paperwork substantially correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Shevins, any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Or plead guilty to theft of mail matter, theft of identity over $500, he shall receive sentence 3.5 years. Or plead guilty to criminal possession of forged instrument, 4 counts, he shall receive 3.5 years. Run concurrently with the first 3.5 years. 2 sentences are running concurrently with each other, 3.5 years to serve. Court costs will be waived, considering the length of the sentence. Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other criminal matter to come before the court? Mr. Stockton, Mr. Leverage, either one of y'all have anything? Not,
I'm not aware of anything.
We should be in recess.
Miss McCauley's on the line.
We're finished.
Judge, I realize I was late this morning. I
No,
apologize.
You're also being held in contempt. So you be here on February 9th to show cause why you should not be held in contempt in your case. If you still are on it by then, will be considered. Thank you very much. And we're on recess until 1 o'clock. Is that correct? 1 o'clock? Okay. Okay, we're off the record. On the record. Full docket shall come to order. First case on the docket is 10 CI 00225. Hay versus Cowboy Charcoal.
Judge, I motion for a trial date.
Good afternoon, Judge Logan Mayfield on behalf of Cowboy Charcoal.
Well, have you filed your pretrial compliance?
I have, Your Honor.
And does Cowboy Charcoal plan on filing any pretrial compliance? Instructions, just instructions and stuff like that?
Your Honor, yeah, we can. We're not in a position to right now. We just need to finish up expert discovery, but we should be able to file relatively soon. We don't want to delay this. We just need a couple more months to finish that process up. Wasn't sure if you wanted to schedule a trial now. We'd be certainly happy to, and then submit the pretrial, or if you needed us to do that first, we could do that fairly
I don't
quickly.
schedule trials until everybody's ready for trial.
Okay.
How much time do you need to finish your discovery?
I think we could do the expert discovery within 3 to 4 months and submit dispositive
Well,
motion.
you said 2 months a few minutes ago, and now we're 4 months.
I believe I said a few months. If I said 2, that's
Okay,
my
maybe I just misheard you since you're on.
No. Sorry. We would plan to file everything with dispositive motions. I think that might limit a lot of what trial could look like and a lot of the pretrial filings and the pretrial brief.
Okay, well, I tell you, you need to have your discovery finished and have a motion on March the 2nd. File your dispositive motions to be heard on March the 2nd, okay?
So Judge, just so I understand, we need to have expert discovery and dispositive motions by March 2nd?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Can you do that, or do you want April 13th?
April 13th, we have discussed this case with some experts. We haven't been able to finalize retention because of some scheduling conflicts, but I think we can hammer that out by April, no problem, Your Honor.
Okay,
And then
well,
if
April 13th, have your dispositive motions filed, and I guess if you have any dispositive motions, you can file them also by that date, and I'll rule on them, and if there are any issues left, we'll set a trial date, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you need to take a look, you need to take a look at the pretrial order we file and all these things to see what sort of things you're supposed to file, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe we have that, but if not, we'll look at the local
Okay, we'll
rules.
just comply with it then if you have it, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You may be excused. Mid-South Capital Partners versus Elmer Heiss and others.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This is a motion to disperse the remaining funds to the landowners.
Wait just a second before you hand it up here. Okay. Did somebody come in and ask for an additional, was that one of these other these land sold for taxes cases that came in late and wanted their funds distributed to them to a lien? Is that this case?
I looked at the file before I filed the motion. They'd already received theirs by another order.
Okay.
So this is whatever's left, and I've got it calculated by that other order of pleading is around 4,700. So I believe they've already received.
Okay. Okay. Give me your order then.
Thank you.
In name change, birth certificate. Hello, sir. Are you John Freeman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Freeman, you file this petition for name change, but there's no provision under law that allows the circuit court to do this. It should have been actually been filed, or they shouldn't have allowed you to file And so I'm gonna request that they refund, how much filing fee did you pay?
$215.
Okay, I'm gonna enter an order that they refund you that filing. You have to go to the Bureau of Vital Statistics, the
Office of Vital Statistics.
Office of Vital Statistics in Frankfurt.
Sir, Your Honor, the birth certificate is in the state of Ohio. And I was told that I could get an order from court here.
Who told you that?
The clerk in Ohio.
Well, the clerk in Ohio, you need to get a lawyer, because I'm not aware of any provision which will allow the court in Kentucky to change the name of a biological parent on an Ohio birth certificate. I'm not aware of that. So, what I'll do is I'll hold it in abeyance if you want to, and you can consult a lawyer, see if they can come up with some way it can be done here. And if not, I'm willing to allow you to get a refund on your filing fee.
What would my option be to get?
Well, I don't know what it is, because I've never done one of these before, but I know I don't have jurisdiction over it. I mean, we've looked and we can't find any way that the circuit court has jurisdiction to change the name of a father. You know, we can do name changes if you want to change your name.
I'm happy with mine.
Well, okay, I'm glad we can do those, but we can't change names on birth certificates. You can imagine the confusion that would cause if a court in Kentucky could change the name on a birth certificate in California. You know, I mean, it just can't happen.
But they can change my gender if I want to do that.
Not in my court, you can't.
I wouldn't want to anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There's some advantage these days. If you want to be a judge or something else, there might be some advantage to that. You might be able to change your equipment, but I don't know if you change your gender or not.
Not interested.
Okay, well, thank you so very much. And before I enter an order, dismiss and order them to refund your thing, if you want to check with a local lawyer somewhere and see if they can find any authority that would have to do that, okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience. Upchurch versus Christopher Larkin. Okay. You ready for trial date?
I am, Judge.
Yeah.
Judge, I represent Mr. Mark, and I'm Casey Call. And we have an expert for decision making week. And we have a mediation scheduled in April. Based on the prior case I saw you ruling on. We obviously want to file a pre-trial compliance. I'd like to do that after expert discovery is done. And
When is your expert witness?
next Thursday.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this thing on March the 2nd, and you in filing dispositive motions that you have by March. Did they give you enough time to do that after your deposition? And is anybody else got any expert witnesses they want to take? This is the case about somebody picking somebody up in a van that was a contractor for the company. Is that this case?
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's close.
Yeah. Close as you're gonna get it, right? Okay, does anybody else have anything, since we're here, even if it's not, is there any other issue you want to bring up?
Judge James Gay from Integrity, I had filed in response to MediaCom's cross-claim and third-party complaint from us to bifurcate that issue. I have talked with Brandon who represents MediaCom, and in our conversations, if you correct me if I misstate anything. We'd like to pass that until we get past mediation. And see if that.
It'll make it more difficult to reach a resolution, mediation, if everybody wasn't in the same boat, right?
I will not argue with that.
Yeah. I think you ought, if you're MediaCom, you ought to look for a change of venue, so I don't know, just kidding, kind of.
Well, and Your Honor, I just wanted to say for the record that the court did grant our motion for cross claim and third party complaint. Nationwide does appear to be the improper party, so we'll likely dismiss them, the third party complaint on that, and we're still kind of working on who the proper party is going to be, so.
It's always good to do that before the trial.
It is, Your Honor.
Judge,
Okay.
I want to mention also, there may be another fact deposition too, we might want to take. I'll say we can do that.
You need to crank it up and you need to tell opposing counsel, about what time period you're gonna do that in, so they can schedule it accordingly and we can get moving. I don't push civil cases too much, I mean, if everybody else is pretty well satisfied, nobody's being dilatory or obstructing anything, I let people go ahead and practice them. But we need to do something here properly. Okay, is there anything else?
We'll be back here at 1:30 on March 2nd.
With this positive motions, if you have any after discovery, so it would appear to me that your discovery ought to be done soon enough for y'all to, get it out and do your motions, and let somebody have some time to respond.
Your Honor, if, on that note, I wanted to bring up MediaCom does have a pending motion for summary judgment as well, and I believe integrity does. So I didn't know if the court wanted to revisit that.
You noticed it for that date after the depositions are over.
Okay, for that March
So you
2nd.
might get- Yeah, renotice it, and we'll just hear everything about that. We'll just, as my old law professor used to say, we'll just let them lay where Jesus flings them. Okay, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Cummings versus E.L. Auburn. Let's see.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bill Barnum for the defendant.
Tom Carroll for the plaintiff. This is my motion to substitute the administrator and provide the action. Mr. Cummings, we originally brought this through his power of attorney. Mr. Cummings has since then passed away. We got an administrator appointed.
And Your Honor, we have some upcoming discovery and it's just been put on hold until this is done. We don't have any objections.
Okay, give me an order. Y'all want to do it, I mean, you're satisfied with the way the discovery's going in?
Yes, we've been cooperative.
Okay.
Our offices are working things out.
Just give me an order. I'll sign that and then I'll just wait to hear from you guys again, okay?
All right, thank you.
This concludes my business now. Do you see?
Absolutely. Have a safe trip.
It concludes mine as well, Judge. Thank you.
You be safe. You don't have as far to go.
No. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think roads have gotten noticeably better over that way. I noticed,
Have a good evening, Tom.
You too.
Sam's versus Sam's.
Motion to call, Your Honor, we gave notice on it and I have a decree. There may be one in the file, but if not, I'll finger another one here. It's perfectly certain.
Divorce. You looked at them.
Yeah, you agree with some time and realize that it was the following.
Put in the civil docket. We have a confidential matter scheduled at 2.
I had this, you may have already signed it.
He has.
Okay,
It was taken off the docket.
but thank you very much.
It's called the record.
One of the cases on the same.
Is the bar?
See you, Jared.
Is it pretty good now?
Yeah, you see that there once a week. It all go out there once a week. Wednesdays when he was.
That's for what.
Yeah. that's it.
They pay mileage.
They do. We make. You think they want to do. That's what we need.
Yeah, or something.
That's what we do, that holiday is.
Well.
So,
Less.
just the orders should you continue today. So I want to bring to you, so you want to just take care of it.
It is funny. Some people get pregnant. Really tough, and other people get pregnant. They look really. As I said, she probably.
Yeah. She's got one probably.
Yeah.
Seem like that we did that part in the gravel. I was making the dribble. If you left on the left hand and one way and right on the back. So she could use- He had her in one.
Yeah.
Well, those are salaries we're seeing. For Sir Alice age.
Well, I will. Sometimes my wife doesn't go. Enjoy it.
What about the kid?
He hit the winning shot last night.
Last night.
They had to hold him out 7 games for some.
We're playing.
Yeah, yeah, he's not playing a lot, but he's such a good offensive player. He's always on, you know.